Good afternoon everyone and welcome to the stream. I'm Robert from the El Magnifico Games channel, and today we're going to continue with a playthrough of Dark Souls 2. Now last time we played, did we spend the entire stream in Elium Lois or just the end of it? I don't actually recall. We certainly ended in Elium Lois, and this is obviously the third DLC in the game and the only one I've properly started. We were making our way through here. That's right, at the beginning of last stream we had just acquired the the magical eye that allowed us to see invisible enemies, of which there are quite a few in this area. I managed to get my way to the Burned Ivory King, but I was defeated. At which point, it was recommended to me by some people in chat that I go off and find some knights to help me, which is apparently a thing you can do. So that's what I was doing until I discovered this area and an optional boss. I assume they're optional. This area is absolutely horrible. It really, really is unpleasant. And as I say, there's a nasty boss run with a lot of nasty creatures in the way, and once you've even finished all that, then you get a pretty tough boss fight straight after it. And this is all without, as far as I'm aware, a close-up bonfire. Here we go. Here's one of those enemies I talked about. Wow. Ow. Come back here. Wow. Okay. Anyway. Sorry, I got a bit distracted. Because this enemy is no joke. The plan I have come up with just now is I think we will try to exhaust all the enemies on the way to the boss fight. I think we will just keep defeating them over and over again until we reach the point that they just don't spawn anymore. That obviously isn't a tactic I've used often. I think the only other time I can remember doing it was when we were dealing with the... when we were in the Iron Keep. But unfortunately, in this case, I think it is going to be necessary. I think this is going to be a bit much otherwise. Right, quick heal. We'll carry on. Excellent. Which direction are we going in? This way. Ow. Oh dear. Perhaps that illustrates my point very well, though, about just how dangerous this area is. I don't know how many souls we just lost, because I'm pretty sure I died to the boss last time. Or did I manage to get out? I may have managed to get out, actually. No, I think I'm thinking of Bloodborne. I don't think I did get out. I think I must have dropped a load of souls at the boss that have just disappeared. But that's okay. That's fine. Let's swap out the Ring of the Evil Eye, even though I do like it, for the Ring of Binding, since I'm expecting we're going to die a lot here. Wherever it's gone. There it is. This is the way we're going. Ow. Ow again. Ow, a third time. Uh-oh, they've got me. No, they haven't. That wasn't an attack. Still not looking great for us. And we win. I wasn't expecting them to survive on a sliver of health. That's what rather took me by surprise there. Again. Oh dear. And I'm down. This is why we have the Ring of Binding on. One does have to wonder what speedrunners do. I guess they're just much, much better at the game. They probably just run past all the enemies, get straight to the boss and then win. Regardless of how challenging it may be. Is that a Souls right outside the front door? I think it is. Here we go. Didn't come from in front of us this time, came from behind. No friendly fire then. Though I'm not entirely sure why that hollow and this crystal horse, I'm not sure what it is, are allies, are friendly. Job done. Good. Let's keep going. Of course. How far did you come from just to do that to me? Oh, this is frustrating. Don't lose. Ow. Hey Foa. I'm surviving, thank you for asking. How are you doing? Ow. darned horsey. Ow! Nearly got me. Right, got him. What? A third one in the same area? This is getting ridiculous. You can't complain. That's good. Although I'm sure if you tried harder you could think of something to complain about. Right, I win just barely. Oh dearie me. That was of course a joke. When you say it, I am a bit hungry. Probably should do something about it. Right, there we go. So the plan is to try and exhaust all the enemies. Get to the point where they won't spawn anymore so that I have a clean boss run back. Which is going to take a long time. And is going to be a nuisance. But I think that gives me the best chance of beating the... Was it Zaldun and... Lud? I think that gives me the best chance of beating those two tonight. Would you like me to tell you the trick I used? I suppose so. I see no harm in it now. Ow. Oh, nearly got me. This is going to be close. No! Another one's appeared. Oh, if it was just the one-on-one, ignoring that hollow, I'd have stood a chance. I might have actually done it. Very nice design on the top of that coffin. It says a lot that I still haven't even managed to get back to the boss fight once since we've begun. Then again, I am being a bit more aggressive. Summon the 3 NPCs at the start of this area. Run it in a straight line to the boss arena. Summon the 3 NPCs? Oh, are they here or something? That's new to me, that there's NPCs here that I can summon. Run in a straight line to the boss arena. If you get attacked, ignore them and keep running. The summons will sooner or later get the aggro. Unsummon all NPCs. Black Separation Crystal at the Fog Gate to prevent the bosses to have more health. Enter the boss arena. You need to be in human form to summon NPCs. I see. I'll probably stick with my plan. That is a good idea, but that would only be a reliable... in my opinion, that would only be a good strategy if I were confident that I were going to win after only a few attempts against the bosses, especially since I'd be using human effigies every time I die. I'm not confident. I think I need to make sure that I can get back to the bosses reliably without being harassed by other enemies. I think that's what's going to give me the best odds. Could be wrong. Ow. Job done. I think another horse has spawned. I can't see them though. There they are. Ow. Excellent. Excellent. Oh, I shouldn't have done that. Because there's healing waters in this next building. Never mind. Oh, I see my souls. Will I be able to get them back before I'm attacked? Probably not. Maybe, actually. Surprisingly, yes. Ow. Just waiting here for the fog to clear so I know which way I'm going. Right, this is the farthest we've got in quite a while. What's a pity is most of the enemies from this point I've probably only defeated once or twice. Which means I've got most of the 12 attempts left. Wait, what? Did they just get up again? I've never seen that before. Well, they still seem to be dead either way. Which way am I going? It's been a while. That way, isn't it? It's not actually that far. Like, it's quite a ways, but it's not that far. Whoa! Hello there. Wasn't expecting you. Job done. How many souls do I have? Quite a few. Not loads and loads, but quite a few. Might be time to pop back to Majula and just buy some more life gems. Wait, what? Another one? I'm pretty sure last time we got to the boss we only fought 2 horses in this area. No! They got me! So much for going back to Majula. Would you like a tip for handling the horses? I think I would, yes. If you use heavy enough weapons, they can be flattened to the ground in a single attack. What does that mean? You mean if I do enough poise damage, they'll be knocked over? Oh, thank you for the follow, Michelle Henry. I really appreciate it. Hope you're having a good day. We have a Discord server you're welcome to join, but I don't generally... when you say add me on Discord, I assume you mean send a friend request. I don't usually do that with people I've only just met. I hope you understand. But you're more than welcome to join the Discord server. We welcome all people from all backgrounds with all life experiences. Okay, heavy attack didn't work. Probably about to die here, unfortunately. Yep. Great hammers. The large club or great club. A single R2 or two-handing and using the stone ring for more poise damage. Flattens them. So you can practice stun locking them. I don't know if I'm strong enough to wield a great hammer, but we can check. But I can see another potential problem there. Although that might work, because I haven't leveled any great hammers, wouldn't the damage I would be doing be atrociously low? Oh, but did I get any like really high level weapons in this area specifically, or am I getting confused with Bloodborne? Large club +6. So +8 I meant to say. That might do it. What's the requirements on it? How do I know if I can wield it? Strength 26. What's my current strength? I'm pretty sure it's lower than that. But I only need... It would be fine... Because I'll be two-handing, I'd be fine with... Is it 18? Do I have 18 strength? I actually have enough to one-hand it. Okay. Fair enough. Guess we can give this a go. See how we get on. Bit of luck that the game provided me with exactly what I needed. Almost as if it was planned. So that's what we're trying to do. Okay. Should be entertaining, if nothing else. Oh, with the ring. Thank you. I forgot about that. Guess I'll give up the Thunder Quartz ring for this. Which one was it? The stone ring? Hey Pikachu, it's lovely to see you. I hope you're well. Foa was just telling me about how to flatten horses. How goes the nice DLC? Wow, about as well as you'd expect. I've decided I am going to try and clear all the enemies on the way to the boss. Kill them the necessary 12 times rather than trying to get to the boss through the enemies each time. All the pretty horses. I've not tried this myself, but I've seen other players do it. I see. Yes, apparently if you hit a horse with a big enough club, it flattens them. So I've been told. Oh then. I don't know the timings yet to keep them stun locked, but that certainly seemed like a promising beginning. Well, that went well. Art Dad told me that it's quicker to go one by, go kill one and go back, kill it again and go back. One by one. What do you mean by one by one? As in, like... Because you have to leave the area for them to respawn, right? It's hard... I find it hard to believe that it's quicker to... like, kill one, feather out, kill the same one again, feather out, and so on. Or am I missing something here? Oh, there's some souls. Ow. This is true. I forgot you have to go for a ride to get here. I suppose it would work for any other area but this one. Ah, I see. That's fair enough. I think with Foa's trick this won't be so bad though. Until Foa told me about using the club, I was I was dying a lot. We'll see. As long as I don't end up fighting two at the same time, we'll probably be good now. No! That's what I was trying to avoid. Right, go away. What? The club's at risk already? How did that happen? This thing must have no durability. Well, that means a trip back to Medulla to get it repaired, and I guess I'm back to the arc sword for now. I guess I should try the arc sword's heavy attack. Given that... Okay. Given that I've got the stone ring on now, see if it is enough to knock them down. There's a ring for more durability. That's true. Fellows Advisor is going to help me when it's my turn to play with the horses. What would I give up though? Ring of Binding's mandatory, Stone Ring's mandatory. Ring of Life? I don't really want to give up the Chloranthy ring. Where's my arc sword? There it is. Arced sword, I should say. I want to try the arc sword with the stone ring and see if it too is enough on its own to knock a horse down, or if it isn't. If it isn't, like you say, I'm going to have to pop back to Medulla, get the club repaired, and then probably change my rings around again. Just waiting for the fog to clear, because I can never remember what direction I need to go in initially. There we go. Thinking about it, I should probably try and get my souls back, actually, before I go back to Medulla. Otherwise, what am I going to be spending? There we go. This way. Okay. Have I already cleared this area of horses? It seems a bit unlikely. Nope. No, can't knock it down. Yeah, that's confirmed. That's the second heavy attack with the arc sword. It's not enough to knock one of these horses down. That's fine. Oh, you've nearly beat me. Oh dear. No! Locked onto the wrong one. And the day is won. Okay. Let's quickly check. Am I doing for souls? Do you think 3,000's going to be enough to restore the sword? Not the sword, the club. Maybe. If not, I can just use some hard souls, I guess. Back to Medulla, isn't it? What's this one called? Expulsion Chamber. Okay. That's the one I need to come back to. Yes, yes, you'd given me up for dead again. Oh, just enough. Excellent.
I'll be around if you make it back.
Right. Let's use an effigy. And change my rings around. Maybe I will hope that I don't need the Ring of Binding now. Right. Which one was it that means that items last longer? Slows equipment degradation, that's presumably the one. Bracing knuckle ring. Right, and now we're going back to... It was the expulsion chamber, wasn't it? Yep. Oh, and I'll need to swap my weapons around. Since I haven't done that. There we go. And I think we're ready. Right, let's show those horsies who's boss. Normal 20%, plus 1 35%, plus 2 50%. I still think I'm going to end up breaking this if it's only 50% more. Right, I should be trying to remember the direction, probably relative to the orientation of the coffin, I would suggest. Because that's one thing that I can rely upon not changing. I'm guessing it's the direction that Spectre's just gone in. But I'll verify. No, it's not quite. Okay, so it's just off of... If that's forwards, then it's like just off of port. It's slightly... It's slightly to the rear of the port side of the coffin. To use a naval analogy. Right, can I do the same here or not? Yes, actually. It's the direction I need to travel in is almost exactly parallel to that wall. That's handy. It certainly feels like we're being attacked by far fewer horses in this little section specifically. Huh. Maybe I've done it. Maybe that section is actually clear. If you can believe it. Well, that's very nice. I'll make things easier. If I recall correctly, the horses patrol in a set path. Interesting, but is their position randomized? Wait, they patrol? Are you sure? Because I really got the sense that they were spawning in. I assumed that there was like a radius under which they'd spawn in. But only if it was currently in a blizzard. I don't think I've ever seen a horse I don't think I've ever seen a horse before the blizzard starts. They always seem to appear in the blizzard. They spawn in if you're within that range during a blizzard. So are they patrolling invisibly? If I remember this correctly, then yes. I see. Interesting. Not their day, is it? Right, was it straight ahead here? I remember seeing pictures with each horse's path. This was back when I played the game X years ago, though. It's not quite straight ahead. It's slightly right of that. I think I more or less remember the path now, though. Good. Ow. Poor horsey. Alright, drops a good one. Although now I'm blind again. Wait for the blizzard to clear. Oh, wait, we're under attack again. Ow. Hang on, I'll check where my model's not tracking in a second. Oh, I was thinking about that and not thinking about the horse. There we go. Right, there we go. Should be tracking me again. Right, so we're headed this way, aren't we? I think 3 is the most horses we've ever seen in this area. I don't know for a fact that there aren't more. Right. And we managed to make it to the boss area after using only 3 Estus flasks, which isn't bad. Good. Good, good, good. Well, back to the start. I want this area clear. Hang on, did that repair my weapon? It did not. Right, lesson learned. I need to sit down at the bonfire after I've feathered back. Right, what we were saying, looking at the front, it's just slightly rear of the port side, so it's about this direction I should need to travel in. Two-hand, thank you. That does indeed appear to be the right direction. And then it was parallel to the wall, wasn't it? Although I probably won't need that assistance on this occasion, since I can actually see where we're going. But yes, parallel to the wall. Then was it slightly right of parallel to the next wall? I think that's correct. Right, this would be parallel slightly to the right. So I think it's about this direction, and it is. I'm debating whether I should just stop to encourage them to attack me. As in, because of my timing now, I might actually get to the other side without being attacked. No, I won't. Good. I think it was slightly right of straight on. Yeah, slightly right of straight on. Wow, I haven't used a single Estus yet. I'm sure that'll change going through this section. Huh. I made it through without attracting a single force. I mean, shall I make an attempt against the boss? I hadn't originally intended to do that at this stage, but I don't see a compelling reason not to, other than to avoid losing souls. But I feel like we've got this down now to a point that... Oh, I can think of another reason not to go for the boss fight. Yeah, I'd want to change my equipment around. Okay. I'm kind of torn. Let's give the boss fight a go. At least give it one attempt. Right, back to the arc sword then. Can I be bothered to change the rings around? I'm not sure I can, to be honest. Oh, but if I die... Oh, I'd have to use another effigy, but... Let's give this a go. Ow. That hurt. Ow, that hurt. Why am I being so slow to move? Good. No, get off me. Get off me. Mistimed that. Ow. What are you doing? I don't like this. And they got me. Oh, that was so close! But the buff is damage plus regen. Yeah, I noticed the regen. That was annoying. That was a good one, thank you. For the first time, I think I actually used the multi-drinking of Estus flasks strategically and deliberately. No horses following me, are there? Not that I see. Right, let's keep going then. Would you like me to deny this auto mod? What do you mean, sorry? Oh, this area's been largely cleared as well. I'm happy for that message to not go through, the one that's trying to advertise. I mean, as I understand it, that message is not going to go through unless someone explicitly lets it through. And I'm quite happy for that to be the case, for it to not get through. Of course. Does that help? Oh, the enemy that would be in here is gone. Or am I confused between areas? I may be confused between areas. I think I am. I think I'm thinking of the next area. Oh, I've turned myself around. That's what was confusing me. I thought that was odd. Now I understand. Gotta wait for the blizzard to clear so I can see again. There we go. That's the way we're going. Sorry if I was being a little unclear there, I hope that made sense. Good. A dancing dinosaur, wonderful. I can see why some players like the clubs. Oh dear. We win. But at what cost? I'm completely blind now. Big bonk stagger is nice, it is. Ow. Right, where am I going? This way. Unfortunately, I used up too many Estus flask this time, so I think I will have to feather back. But that's okay. It's a nice little hybrid strategy we've got here. That I'm clearing the way, but if I happen to get there with a nice number of Estus flasks left over, then we make an attempt against the boss. Never done the strength build before DS3, but I'm liking it. Yeah, I mean, DS1 I did Dex build, this time I've gone with quality build. But I'm running strength right now, and I have to admit, it's not too bad. It's this way, isn't it? I see now why it's so appealing to so many players. At some point I need to experiment with magic. I'm thinking Elden Ring may be my magic build game. Ooh, Elden Ring. Yep, I want to get through all of the main FromSoft games. Demon Souls, Dark Souls, Dark Souls 2, Dark Souls 3, Sekiro, Bloodborne, and Elden Ring. I guess I should probably do Demon Souls next, since it's the oldest. I'm trying magic in that one as well, but it's not really going well. Oh, have you started Elden Ring? Huh. I'm trying to remember if I've seen you play Elden Ring and I'd just forgotten, or if by some strange mystic coincidence I just happen to have never happened to tune in when you were playing it. I've already played Elden Ring. Demon's Souls Original is on what platform? PS3. I just have a new character. PS5 for remaster. Ah, not PS4, which is what I currently have access to. That's a problem. Oh dear. Yep, that's the problem. I'm sure I'll figure it out. Not on PC somewhere? The old one? I don't think they ever released it for PC, but I think you can get an emulator for PlayStation 3 that will play it reasonably well. Although I do find that slightly surprising because the PS3 had a very what would be the word? A very unique architecture. So one thing that can be a little surprising about emulation is that sometimes you might say, oh, how come we can't emulate this platform from like 10 years ago or 20 years ago, because PCs are, or CPUs are so much faster now? Well, it depends, because the problem is, if the instruction set that the older hardware is running is really quite different to the instruction that's running on the hardware that you want to run the emulator, then the performance cost in translating between the two instruction sets could be greater than the difference between the speeds of CPUs back then and now. This is a simple example. It can actually be a lot more complex than this, but you can imagine a older CPU could be running at, you know, a tenth the clock speed of a CPU today, in theory, but if it takes 20 CPU cycles to emulate an instruction on the older hardware that would have run in just one instruction cycle on on the older hardware, then you're going to be about twofold too slow. And it doesn't necessarily follow that the amount of time it takes to emulate an instruction has much at all to do with how complex that instruction is intellectually. Like, it may be doing a very, very simple thing, but just the sort of side effects it has on the hardware aren't things that naturally happen on the hardware you're emulating on. So there's like a bunch of, like, if you're going to emulate faithfully, then there's a bunch of like corner cases you end up having to consider in how the hardware actually runs. My point being, the PS3 had such a strange architecture. I am genuinely slightly surprised that there are apparently emulators that can handle it today on PC. Well, that's what I'm told, that there are. But it is surprising to me. I think they had like a bunch of CPUs and a token ring design or something like that for sending data between them. It was a very funky architecture. Wish I hadn't died then. I ran into a similar sort of problem when I was looking into the issue of emulating old Game Boy games, because there was a Game Boy, I think it was a Game Boy Color game. It might have been Game Boy Advance. I was running it on a Game Boy Advance, but Game Boy Advance had backwards compatibility with Game Boy Color and the original Game Boy. There was a game that I had, Tweety and the Magic Gems. which I think would make a really good party game. And it has multiplayer support. And so I was looking into emulators to try and figure out, well, can you play Tweety and the Magic Gems like today over the internet? And the answer is absolutely not. You can play it single player. The emulators can handle that just fine, but they cannot do the multiplayer. And again, I was thinking, why not? Like, this wasn't particularly... Because it was just like a relatively cheap handheld device back in the day, the Game Boys, this wasn't even like state of the art back then, and we're talking about hardware that's like 20 years old or more. But when did the original... Well, this wasn't an original Game Boy game, so I don't suppose that matters, but the original Game Boy came out much more than that, didn't it? Isn't that like 35 years now? Anyway, I was thinking, why can't they do it? Like, surely you'd think they could. And the reason they can't do it is due to net latency. Hardware is more than fast enough nowadays. The problem is, it turns out when you had your link cable for your Game Boy and you connected it to your friend's Game Boy, apparently that was like doing the equivalent of connecting the CPUs together on a bus. There was like, it wasn't like, by analogy, like plugging USB into your computer today or something like that. This was a very low level connection they were making between the two CPUs, which meant there was basically no latency at all. You know, I haven't like really thoroughly studied this, but it looked like you would connect them up and they could talk to each other almost as if they were just one device. And the problem is you can't do that over the network. You just will not get latency that low. And it doesn't help that nowadays we can upload many megabytes a second, far faster than any hardware at the time could have done, because there's still this latency, there's still this delay that's introduced. In the case of multiplayer on the Game Boy, what that means is like games would have been programmed with the assumption that they would have had near instantaneous knowledge. You know, if player A pressed a button on their Game Boy, then player B's Game Boy could have found out almost the exact same moment that player A's Game Boy did. Because it was like CPUs speaking over a bus. Whereas nowadays, even if you're in the same room using like an Ethernet cross cable, you know, the delay is going to be, the latency is still going to be, actually I haven't actually checked, but I mean it's going to be like I would be shocked if it was, you know, like below a millisecond, which would be just far too slow in this context. Point is, you wouldn't be able to fix that problem without reprogramming the games. Because the actual algorithms that the games use would be assuming that latency is almost zero. You know, they would never, for example, wait for input from the other Game Boy, probably, because they would just assume, well, you know, if the other Game Boy had anything to tell us, they would have told us by now. You don't have to, like, sit on an open socket or anything like that. Apologies if I'm being boring. If you're interested, Pikachu, there's a link. Is that one of the emulators? RPCS3. PS3 emulator. Well, I don't have any problems playing Demon's Souls since I run a PS5, but thank you, Foa. Maybe for El Magnifico games. It's probably something like what I'm going to end up doing. Shame it's not a PS2 game, or I could actually consider hooking up my actual PS2. Which I think currently still has a dodgy power supply, but in theory that wouldn't be hard to fix. Ow. Oh dear. I think we've lost. We've lost. Yeah, I heard the other horse coming off in the distance, and that's when I knew it was over. I was mostly asking because El Magnifico expressed interest in playing. Oh, I incorrectly assumed that you didn't have one, based on your "yes, that's a problem" comment earlier. I did seriously consider at one stage writing a Game Boy Advanced emulator to, because I do have some ideas about how you could possibly try and work around those problems, though they are serious problems. But I concluded it would just be far too much work for no... You know, I can't afford to do that. I can't afford to invest that much time into a project with no prospect of it ever leading to any income, sadly. Though I would like to. Which is a shame. It's a very interesting problem. If only I could convince someone to pay me to build a Game Boy Advanced emulator with networking support. No horses? Huh. Maybe we've actually killed those horses 12 times now. Ow. Well, I'm off for a bit. I'll put back later. Good luck on the kitty cats. Thank you, Pikachu. I'm feeling cautiously optimistic. It's lovely to have you drop by. Your VTuber tracking seems very inconsistent today. Oh dear. Hang on. It's probably just not facing directly at me, I would guess. Thank you for telling me, though. Right, hopefully that should be a little better. Petrified Dragon Bone. Where'd my souls go? I could have sworn it was around here. Ooh boy. There they are. Here we go again. A lot more horses in this area than I thought. Is this 4 or 5? Let's quaff a human effigy or whatever it is we do with it. Crush it in our hands. Crush it against our chest, apparently. And have another go against the boss. That's an odd noise. What do you suppose that is? That may require investigation at some point. Very appropriate that my VTuber model will be freezing while we're exploring this particular area, though. Hang on. Of course. Right, let's give this another go, shall we? Hello, lad. Ow. Oh my goodness. That didn't go well. On a few occasions my character didn't drink an Estus flask when I told them to, though. And then by the time that I had realised they hadn't drunk it, I then couldn't safely drink it because the opportunity had passed. That was very frustrating. I don't know why they do that. This isn't the first time I've noticed that. I mean, it could just be me not understanding the mechanics of the game or something, but it is very conspicuous the number of times I've pressed square or whatever button it would be on because I'm using a I'm using a unofficial controller. It's not an Xbox controller or a PlayStation one, but it's very conspicuous the number of times I press the appropriate button and they don't drink their Estus flask. Perhaps it's got something to do with other animations playing or something. Well, if I was going to use another human effigy, which I probably shouldn't, now would be the time. Since I can get a free heal here. Excellent. More down. Oh, there's another one coming. Oh, here we go. Where are you? There you are. Hey, Pineapple. The bonking's going reasonably well. Bonk. Foa taught me this technique for dealing with the horses. And a mighty fine technique it is too. Right, let's have a word with the cats again. How are you doing? Doing fine here. How about you, bud? I'm surviving. Uh-oh. I mucked up there. Hang on. I want that. Ow. At this rate, they may beat me. They did. Oh, that's annoying! Why am I so bad at this game? If I'd just left my souls be, that wouldn't have happened. Yeah, I played poorly. The game overall, how's the game going so far? I mean, overall it's going reasonably well. I only got really badly stuck on one boss so far, the Dark Lurker. That took 3 streams. But aside from that, it's been reasonably plain sailing. Despite appearances, I'm reasonably confident that I'm going to be able to defeat the boss you just saw there before the end of this stream. Because I'm exhausting all the enemies on the way there. All the horses. In fact, most of the horses that we would encounter, I have already defeated. The necessary 12 times. I want to get back into this someday. I still haven't finished the DLC yet. It is pretty, I would say this particular section of this particular DLC is pretty miserable. Yep, that many times. It's deliberate though, I was clearing the way. Originally I was going to completely clear the way before I made any attempts against the boss. But I ended up deciding, well, if I have the Estus flasks, I may as well. If I have the Estus flasks by the time I get to the point where I would be fighting the boss, I may as well make a boss attempt. But that was one section just there where we would have been attacked by horses, but we weren't. And similarly, going this way, I don't know for a fact, I've definitely taken all the horses out here, but we haven't been attacked by a horse in this section for a few attempts, which suggests I've got most, if not all of them. This is the middle of nowhere, it really is. This is the boss run, by the way. I haven't, as far as I understand, according to chat's guidance, that I have not missed a bonfire. In fact, I think that's also consistent with what I can see in the warp menu. This is just an awful, awful boss run. Really dreadful. And what you're seeing is a much, much easier version of it because I've cleared out most of the enemies already. I've never been a fan of such places in games. I don't really see what it adds to the game, to be honest. It just seems frustrating for no good reason. Oh, the other enemy here's gone. So I guess that we must be getting up to... We've killed that other enemy 12 times. So that enemy we must be getting close to 12. This is the main place where we still get attacked by horses. But that bridge you see up ahead of us, that goes to the boss arena. So I've cleared the enemies out of the way, almost all the way to the boss fight. Ow. Vance would say it's important for the building of atmosphere. I don't know about that. It just seems obnoxious for the sake of being obnoxious. There's a reason not all boss fights are like this. There's a reason why even in Dark Souls 1 they had already figured out the formula. The formula that works best. Right, let's give this another go, shall we? I'm going to swap up to the arc sword. And we'll try it again. I wonder what game inspired such a level design. What makes you think it would be another game? You're thinking they were copying a different game when they designed it this way? Ow, I deserved that. I'm getting my timings wrong. Oh, I'm very annoyed I got that one wrong though. I'm sorry, I don't know why I played so badly. That was really bad. I've seen something similar in a game, but I don't remember which one it was. Let's see. Back to club. Down we go. The fun thing about this is it's completely optional. Silent Hill. Can't see anything. You get jump scared. Silent Hill kind of does that, I guess. It's not Silent Hill I had in mind. Were you thinking of Matanui, the online game? When you're making your way to Kokoro for the first time? Which was single player. As is Matanui, the online game. This was back in the day where a game being on a website was notable. It wasn't a multiplayer game. When did it come out? Was it 2000, I think, for the Millennium? I think that's right. Oh, you're still here. Ow. Yes, miss playing such online games. I was saying earlier about how I'd considered making a Game Boy Advanced emulator with networking support, since it's a difficult but interesting problem. Another one I have genuinely considered doing is writing some online games, because of course I have my website. It would be a good place to stick some games. And if I was lucky and any of them actually people got more interested in, and even just very casually, even if it was just to, you know, send it to their friend, hey, have you seen this? And then they play for 5 minutes and so on. Even if it was just that, that could potentially be very rewarding in the exposure sense. I don't know. Again, that would take a lot. That wouldn't take as much work as making a Game Boy Advanced emulator with networking support, but it would be quite a lot of work to do it properly. Online connections on GBA? Yes, I was talking about this earlier. There's a game I had for Game Boy Advanced, which I've forgotten if it was a Game Boy Color game or a Game Boy Advance game, incidentally, but I had a Game Boy Advanced and that could play it, called Tweety and the Magic Gems, and I always thought that that would make a fantastic party game. And so a while ago I looked into, well, can any of the current emulators support it? And the answer is they can support it in single player, but they can't do proper networking over for Game Boys. You can't play Game Boy games using the emulator in multiplayer. And so obviously I was thinking, well, why not? Why is that an issue? Well, it turns out the problem is that the link cables connect the CPUs together at a very low level. I don't remember the precise details, but I remember at the time thinking, this is the equivalent to them having linking the CPUs together on the same bus. There's basically no latency whatsoever. The CPUs could communicate on an instruction by instruction basis. If that makes sense. Not that that's how communication works on a bus, but I just mean in terms of the timescales we're talking about. And the problem is, even though the actual rate of transfer of data isn't that great, we have much faster connections today. Any of you watching this stream right now online will have a much faster connection to the internet than the rate of data transfer between two Game Boys. The issue is the latency, and the algorithms that they would have designed games with to do multiplayer stuff, because they would have assumed that they would never have to wait for anything. There would have been no waiting on an open socket or anything like that. They would have just assumed, well, if the other Game Boy had something to tell me, I would already be able to see it. It leads to having basically no latency, leads to very, very different algorithms, which means the only way you would, in theory, well, the only naive way you would be able to get multiplayer to work using an emulator would be if you reprogrammed the games, which of course isn't very viable. I've had some ideas about how you could potentially get around that, and I was saying earlier about how I had seriously considered actually pursuing that as a project, but unfortunately I came to the conclusion that even though I would very, very much enjoy working on a project like that, the fact of the matter is it would be a huge investment of time, and I can't afford it. You know, I couldn't spend that much time on a project like that if there was going to be no prospect of financial remuneration. It's sad. I wish that wasn't the case, but that is the case. That's an interesting project. RetroArch seems to support NetPlay since last year. I know that they mentioned that it is only GBA wireless adapter, not the link cable. Right, so if they had a wireless adapter, then the latency would have been much, much, much higher, and I suggest that games would have had to have been designed to work with the GBA wireless adapter. I would suggest they couldn't, for example, have implemented any sort of backwards compatibility or anything, had games that originally weren't designed with the wireless adapter in mind use it instead of a link cable. Because again, it's just the way the programmers would have been thinking when they were programming it, the sort of algorithms they would have used would be completely different. It's the difference between trying to write code on your computer to do multi-threading properly and thinking about how you're going to get the different cores of your computer to work together, and having like a two computers talk over the internet. Like, it's completely different. That's a problem. It is a problem. This ties into something I was saying earlier about how sometimes you'll look at how old hardware is and you'll think to yourself, why don't they have an emulator for that now? Computers are so much faster. And well, the problem is because sometimes the problems you encounter when you try to emulate it don't just come down to speed. Or if they do come down to speed, it can be more complicated. It can simply be the fact that a computer is 10 times faster than the hardware you're trying to emulate, but certain instructions on that old hardware would take you 20 times longer to emulate because, it would take you 20 instructions to emulate them because they have so many side effects. For example. And then you're not going to be able to emulate it well enough. Oh, that was nice. I didn't encounter a single horse. I don't know if that's because there's no horses left or if I was just lucky. But there's certainly far fewer horses left than there used to be. I don't think that's in any doubt. Right, let's use another human effigy. I'm running very low on them, and it is a concern, because I may run out. Right, wish me luck. Right, I have to try not to muck up. Easier said than done, I know. Ow. No! I feel like I'm lucking out here a lot. I feel like I'm still playing awfully, but the attacks keep going over my head. There we go. My luck's not going to last forever, clearly. I said drink Gorestus. Now! And you lost, because you didn't drink Gorestus. Oh, again, I lost because they didn't drink the Estus. I assume that, again, it's me just not understanding the game mechanics. But the number of times I've said drink Estus and they've just stood there and done nothing. Very frustrating. Oh well. I'm sure we'll get it eventually. The only thing I can think is maybe I'm like... Maybe they're still playing like... So one thing I know that is the case is even though the game Dark Souls likes to line up actions, like it remembers them and then will play them back, which can be a problem because sometimes if you say press the attack button one more time than was optimal, then you may find you can't cancel out the attack and then you take damage. But I also know that under certain circumstances it just ignores your input. Like if you're knocked down, I'm pretty sure it just clears the list of actions you'd lined up and won't accept new ones until you're standing up again. I think what I must be doing is like clicking Drink Estus on like the last 1 or 2 frames of a standing up animation or something. I don't see how else it makes any sense. Could be wrong. It's a shame I don't have one of those overlays which shows you my button inputs. So you can see I'm not making this up. When I think about it, I believe I used to play some GBA emulator a couple of years ago which managed to connect to another instance of the same emulator. So I actually could play with someone else, but this was locally on the same computer though. I did the same thing, and I tried it with Tweety and the Magic Gems. Specifically, this was... I think this was like some unofficial fork of one of the more popular emulators that had since stopped getting updates or something. But I remember I then like connected it up. And I think the problem was both games just ran so sluggish it was just unplayable. Because again, it comes down to the fact that the people that originally developed the code for the game would have been assuming there would be zero latency, and the naive thing to do would be when you're designing this this emulator with networking support would be to block whenever you're not sure, because otherwise the two games could desynchronize, which you do not want. But then that's going to then lead to it running unplayably slowly, unless you are really lucky with the game and the developers did actually use an algorithm where the blocking isn't the end of the world, if that makes sense. That's interesting. I took the damage from that attack that time, but I wasn't knocked down. Tweeting the Magic Gems does look fun to play with friends. I know! I mean, it was just marketed as like a children's game. And certainly that's how I played it as a youngster. I would just play it on my own at home as a fun little children's game. But I think it would make a really good party game. What am I doing? That's not what I wanted at all. I'm getting confused. Where's my arced sword? There it is. The magic that is poise and or hyper armor. I may have missed the context for that. Ow. Oh, I drunk 3 when I meant 2. Never mind. If that's the worst mistake I make on this attempt, then I'm winning. No! Why weren't you knocked down by the attack? Oh, with you. Too much poise. I don't know, because the attack didn't properly hit. Like, it didn't actually play the animation of the attack. I interrupted them before then. You might be right. It looked more to me like it was ever so slightly buggy. That the attack had partially registered, but not fully. I remember having a hard time with the first tiger boss in this game. Yeah, Ava, wasn't it? Once I got Ava visible, it wasn't too bad. What's so frustrating is, during my first attempt at those 2 bosses today, I nearly did it. I was so close. Don't remember its name. If I recall correctly, I think it was Ava the King's Pet. What really concerns me is if I don't do this soon, I'm going to end up having to go back for more human effigies. My dumb brain didn't know I had to make it visible until I watched a vid on how to defeat it. I didn't know either. I did the exact same thing you did until someone in chat pointed out that I need to come back later. It's almost serene now, isn't it? The horse is gone. I don't think the horses are actually gone. I think the horses are mostly gone along the paths I happen to take. I'm sure if I veered off to the side, I'd find some more horses before long. But no, I mean, I don't think there's anything dumb about that. How would you know that you were supposed to make them visible? The game didn't hint at that was a possibility in any way. Guess I have cleared most of that area. I was going through that blizzard for some time and I didn't attract a single horse. I feel the game should have communicated about the fact that we had to make it visible a little better. I mean, I agree with you, but I also feel like that's against the FromSoft philosophy. I think that's very, very similar to the way that they don't tell you anything that's going on in the story. This is my character. I've been playing them for, what, over 90 hours now? I don't know who they are or what they're doing here. I don't know what their motivations are. I don't know why they're going around killing all the people and creatures that they are. None of this has been explained to me. I do follow the basic plot about Vendrick and the giants, but I don't see how that's connected to me. In DS1 you could at least see the footprints. I don't think you see Ava's paw prints. No, you don't see the paw prints, but I think you do. I think when you're close, they become ever so... They don't come translucent, do they? I think you can see that in an aura. Bloodform does that, though. So it could possibly be a Vakin. But the thing is, that wouldn't tell you that it's possible to make them visible. That's the clue that you need. Or at the very least, that you need to come back later. Ow. No! I mucked up. Oh yeah. No way. I'm not sure about Bloodborne. It's been quite some time since I played it. Left side, invisible killing machine. And the first enemy in the DLC. Maybe we go right instead. Yeah, but that's exactly what they're doing. And it's not obvious that that's what you're supposed to do. Not everyone's brain works that way. I think a lot of people, myself included, would think, oh, this is a really hard DLC, and they're trying to, and they're not coddling me, they're not easing me in gently, they're just throwing me in the deep end. There's no way I should be here, was my first thought. Yeah. But as I say, not everyone's brain works that way. If I hadn't been, if it hadn't been pointed out to me that I should come back later, I would have, what's the word? Not grind. That's different. I would have persistently fought Invisible Ava until I won. I get super persistent sometimes. Yes, as do I. What I probably actually would have done would have been to have probably gone back to the Frozen Elysium later once I'd levelled a bit more, but then I would have fought Ava until I had won, rather than going to the right. I think what I would have taken from that is I'm too low level. Not I shouldn't be here yet. Oh, no, that is exactly what I'm saying. Not there's something else I need to do in the area first. Right, I think I used my... I didn't even change my weapon back, I forgot. Oh well, it didn't matter because we didn't get attacked by any horses. I think I'm going to use my penultimate human effigy now. At some point I'm going to need to also grab myself some more life gems. How many... I don't know how many souls I've got in there. I am seriously wondering if I'd be better off grabbing the souls and getting out and spending them on more life gems. Anyone know how many souls that is? Because I can't read it. I think it's more than 550. Oh, is it 62k did I just see? That's quite a lot. Ow. Ow. I can't tell which is which. That was the wrong one. So I want you. Oh my goodness, I think they got me. What? Did one of them just save my life? Yes? Just have my yak out. Oh, now I'm in the very awkward position that it's my game to lose. Ow. No, don't kill me. They've got me. How frustrating. No, wait, it's more. 62,559 out of 555. Couldn't see it very clearly at first. How do you find the cost in this compared to the other FromSoft titles? Oh, OST, sorry. I don't know. I haven't really given it much thought because the only other FromSoft games I've done is Dark Souls 1, and Bloodborne, and Bloodborne has the best OST of that lot, because neither Dark Souls 1 or Dark Souls 2 has that much music in. This is a good example. No music. So I think the plan this time is I'm going to grab my souls, get out, then I'm gonna buy everything I need, probably grab some more human effigies, and then we'll give this another go. Where's the feather? Am I going blind? There it is. Hang on. Oh, there we go. I was going to say I didn't properly orient myself before I started running. Oh, Bloodborne does have a good OST. What about the boss soundtrack in DS1? I haven't re-listened to it. I mean, it seemed fit for purpose. I didn't like particularly pay attention to it when I played DS1, but it was very much appreciated. You have always been blind. Yep. I know. We'll be playing Claire Obscure. Oh, which one was that? I know, I remember coming across that name before. I've forgotten if we discussed it on my stream or someone else's stream. The recent game. Weren't there two recent games and they were both... they both had multiplayer aspects? Claire Obscure, Expedition 33. Not sure if it was multiplayer, but the OST is very beautiful. Wait, have they actually made another, like, single-player Souls-like by FromSoft? Not a Souls game. Oh, okay. Goodbye. It's more like turn-based. It's an indie title. Oh, okay. I'm not sure. I'm also not sure how that... again, I'm convinced I've heard that name before. I'm not sure how that came up. I guess I'll have to look into it. I don't see why not. I don't see why I wouldn't. This is a variety channel. Hang on. Speaking to the wrong person. Would you like to see me play it? At some point?
Thank you, kind.
May as well spend the rest on a level.
There until
Assuming I can afford it. I can. Thank you. I think we'll pick up some human effigies while we're here. I need to go back to the giant's place, don't I? Forest of the Fallen Giants. Which game has your fave OSTs? Oh goodness me, I never really think about that, honestly. I mean, I suppose for nostalgia value, it would have to be Morrowind. But I don't know, I mean... I know I've played a lot of games with very good music. I remember Primordia had good music. The problem I'm having is I've played so many games on this channel, admittedly not Morrowind, but I've played so many games on this channel that it's difficult for me to recollect all of them right now, just off the top of my head. Hello Olivia, it's lovely to see you. How are you doing today? Oh yes, Morrowind's OST is super chill. Just started it last week and loving it so far. Wait, you've just begun Morrowind? I love game music. Can be very, very good. I've heard a fair amount of Final Fantasy XIV's music. That's decent. Alright, where am I off to? I'm back to the expulsion chamber. Didn't Disco Elysium have some decent music? I'm pretty sure it did. I remember loving Disco Elysium. That's like one of my all-time favourite games, even though I've only played it once fairly recently. I seem to remember its music was decent. Playing it as a warrior orc. Goodness me. And this is is this your first time playing it? Like, genuinely, you've never touched the game before. This isn't like like, this isn't just the beginning of a recent playthrough. You're completely new. A bit sleepy from a long weekend, but no worse for wear. I hope you had a very nice weekend. Disco Elysium has some very beautiful soundtracks. Yeah. Such a good game. I feel like I'm betraying some of the games I've played, because I've no doubt I've played plenty of games that have really amazing music, and it's just my bad memory that is stopping me from bringing them up right now. Goodness me. I'm horrible at following directions though. Don't worry, you are not alone. I adore the fact that in Morrowind you are just given directions and then you're expected to work it out yourself. I wish more games did that. But part of the reason it works in Morrowind is because it's fine to get lost. Usually if you get lost, then you end up discovering other really interesting things, and then you just backtrack later. It wouldn't necessarily... There are other aspects. What I'm getting at is the game has to be designed around that. Yeah, I love that too. Speaking of soundtracks, I have some for our D&D game. Ooh! Exciting. Found some really good armor and weapons by getting lost. Are you playing with both the unofficial patch and the code patch? Or are you doing OpenMW? Because OpenMW would make the code patch obsolete, if that's how you were doing it. I've gone the wrong way. Only using OpenMW, that's it. Okay. It's your choice. I would strongly recommend looking into the unofficial patch, because like other Bethesda games, it was very buggy. So even if you just want a vanilla experience, if you're using the original executable, which I know you've just said you're not, I would always recommend the unofficial patch and the code patch. And if you're running OpenMW, I would recommend the unofficial patch. I'm not aware of a good reason not to, but it's up to you. I'm just trying to draw your attention to that. But goodness me, discovering Morrowind for the first time in 2025. I'm really pleased to hear you're enjoying it. Because one of the things that I have considered is how much, even though it's a magical game for me, because it's one that I grew up playing, it's like, how magical would it be if I hadn't grown up playing it? Like, if I really were playing it for the first time this year, for example, would I still think it's a good game? Hang on. I've mucked up. Oh, I rolled through that. I didn't realise I could do that. That looks very exploitable for, like, speedrunners. Oh my goodness. Nearly dead. And I am dead. I played very badly there. I don't mind that, but will I lose my save files? I don't know about that. No! Good question. So not only does Morrowind obviously support modding, or not only did Morrowind support modding from the very beginning, but the model they use for modding means that you don't have to change save files when you add a mod, and even remove a mod. Obviously, that can, in certain circumstances, lead to buggy behaviour. If, for example, if you kept adding and removing mods to the same save file, it may get a bit confused. But the game was designed to be stable under those circumstances. Like, you won't seriously break anything. At least that was certainly true of the original game, and I can't imagine how the OpenMW project could have changed that. So no, you should be perfectly fine. Like, for example, you could install a mod that adds a whole new land. You could visit that land. You could then remove that mod, and I'm pretty sure all that would happen is you'd load your save file, and then you just fall into the sea, where the land no longer is. But then if you then added that mod again, you would probably end up under the ground, and you'd have to, like, use the console to get out. But that should give you, like, that should give you some idea of, like, how stable Morrowind modding is. The writing in Morrowind is very good too. Very racist too. Yes, they're in-world racism. The Morrowind is based in Morrowind, which is the homeland of the Dark Elves, the Dunmer, and turns out they're quite xenophobic. There's quite a few of them that object to the presence of foreigners, even Dark Elf foreigners that haven't grown up in Morrowind. So that is a theme. Hold on, I've lost track of which building I'm at. Then that's good. I'll be sure to check out the unofficial patch then. Are you playing with the expansions? You are. Yeah, you've probably noticed one of the things that the Tribunal expansion has added already, I'm guessing. Unless you are very, very, very early in the game. Noir, exactly. I'm super early in the game. Ah, okay. I don't want to spoil it for you. All I will say is there's something... Right, so Bethesda, when they designed the first expansion, Tribunal, they made this assumption that the only people playing with it would be people that had already completed the base game and had... and would be continuing from an old save, which was a very silly assumption. But unfortunately, it means that if you play the game with the Tribunal expansion, there's something it adds which, in my opinion, is both extremely unfair, but also extremely exploitable. It's both. I don't want to spoil it for you, but when something happens that seems to you to be both of those things, that's probably what you're experiencing, and you may want to think about how you want to handle it. Oh boy, I'm in a bad spot. Uh-oh. And I've been defeated. But yeah, as a sort of general rule, you do want to play the game in the order base game, Tribunal, Blood Moon, because that was the order the expansions were released in, and the expansions were designed assuming your level would reflect that. But due to Morrowind's open world design, there's literally nothing stopping you from going anywhere you want. I guess I might get what you're saying when I come across the problem. Yep. How are you getting on with the cliff racers? Honestly, not too bad. To be honest, because you've gone with a warrior build, you're going to have a pretty easy time with the early game. Pretty much any other build in my experience has a harder time. I don't know, actually. If you're playing a thief and you're avoiding combat as much as you can, maybe it's not too bad. But yeah, I mean, a good warrior build is the only like combat build early in the game which is super viable. Especially if you've already got yourself some decent armor and weapon. At least that was my experience. I don't know how that generalises. Just reached Vivek on my last playthrough, and I've never come across such a beautiful city in any other games I've ever played. It is quite the sight, isn't it? Super easy to get lost in too. Are you aware that each of the cantons has its own name and is devoted to a particular, has a particular faction or purpose associated with it? Because that can help if you remember which canton you're travelling through. Or are you thinking more in terms of actually inside getting lost? Yeah, I'm kind of getting the idea. The map is your friend. The map that you can access in game will tell you the names of the cantons, I believe, the ones you visited. Ow, that hurt. And I'm dead. I'm sure I'll win eventually. If I keep throwing myself against this wall repeatedly, eventually the wall's gonna fall, right? The map does help, and levitation potion is super useful. Just having levitation in that game, it's so wonderful. It's such a rare thing in video games these days. I mean, they got rid of levitation by the time of Oblivion, didn't they? The very next game in that series. It's so lovely to have, as you say. I know, right? Also, they have used the mechanic well, too. Jump and slow fall as well. If you're into spell making, it doesn't cost a lot to make a simple like a jump spell that will, for a few seconds, give you enough jump that you can make over most most gaps you're likely to encounter. Then again, you are playing a warrior, so perhaps you haven't delved into the spell making yet. I love how the game lets you make you mega overpowered if you want to. And you know how to. I've played that game enough that there is like a problem that if I were to start a new game and I was so minded, I would know a bunch of places to hit up immediately and get very, very well kitted out quickly. And that's not even talking about alchemy abuse. Not even getting onto the subject. I wish to have such knowledge. I'm not sure you do, because it's kind of brokenly good, if you know what you're doing. Ow. Ow. It's fun and chill, taking it slow. I'm enjoying the game like sipping on fine wine for now. I don't know if it's just me, but it'd be interesting to know if you've had the same experience. One thing I've always found with Morrowind... Hang on. I need to... No, I'm dead. Is that if I make a... If I'm playing a new character, I always seem to run out of money if I'm not, like, exploiting things that I know how to exploit. Like, if I play the game legitimately, like I'm a completely new character that doesn't know... doesn't know various tricks. Money always seems really short at the beginning of the game. Yeah, money is a problem. In your case, I'm guessing your biggest financial concern is your weapons and armor constantly breaking and the armorers charging you a arm and a leg. Or do you have the armorer's stat and are you repairing stuff yourself? Even then, like the repair stuff, the stuff you need to repair equipment, is it repair tongs and repair hammers? It's a lot cheaper to buy them than it is to get your equipment repaired by an armourer, but it's not super cheap from what I recall. I don't mind it though, thanks to the Brotherhood trying to attack me. Okay, right, that, you are aware of it then. Right, the Brotherhood is added by the Tribunal expansion, and in my opinion, it's unfair, because a level 1 character has a lot of trouble dealing with a Dark Brotherhood assassin if they're not using, you know, like, exploiting the combat algorithms, getting them to, like, get stuck or what have you. It's really harsh on them. But also, the equipment that they have is worth a fortune, which just breaks the economy of the game. That's like one of the ways to get a load of money really early. If you know what you're doing, you can take their equipment to merchants that are willing to offer you a very good price for them, and you'll just be set. Not really, I found the Orcish armor. I feel like I found it too early. Killed Umbra for that. Yeah, it does. And that's all because they seem to have made this assumption that players would be playing Tribunal after they'd completed the main quest. But they didn't they didn't program it that way. They didn't make it so that you have to finish the main quest or anything else before the Dark Brotherhood attack. That's one of the mods I always run with, the Dark Brotherhood Delayer. that makes it so that you have to have achieved certain... you have to have achieved one of several possible milestones in the game before the Brotherhood attack, which both makes story sense because how else are they going to have found you, but also makes the game way fairer. I didn't know that though. And the mistake they made is, even though the Dark Brotherhood assassins are on a leveled list, so the assassins themselves should be leveled to your character, their equipment isn't. And their equipment is like end of base game good, because that's when you were supposed to face them. So again, because you went with an Orc Warrior, you're playing one of the very few builds that actually would stand a decent chance against one of those assassins. You would struggle so much if you were playing almost anything else, and not, as I say, exploiting anything. And yeah, you're just not supposed to have access to that equipment that early in the game. It's a major mistake, in my opinion, on Bethesda's part. I got lucky, I guess. I always choose an orc. I relate to orcs, I guess. Yeah, Orc, Nord or Red Guard warriors are all a very strong early game build. No! Have you been to the DLC island? I've forgotten the name of it. Is it Fort Firemoth? Fort Firemoth? Something like that. With the... I'm not really spoiling much because they tell you this almost immediately. With the Necromancer? I want to play as an Argonian after my first playthrough. Love how goofy their walking animation is. No, I'm not talking about Solstheim. Solstheim is the Blood Moon expansion. Again, it's an open world game. Nothing stops you from going there from the get-go, but I wouldn't recommend it. Because that's supposed to be... That's the second expansion. You're supposed to get... It's designed assuming you will have already completed the original game and first expansion before you go there. I guess you didn't stumble across that quest. It's a quest that... The reason I asked about it is because the quest I'm talking about is one that you can get access to almost immediately, depending upon who you talk to and what you do. But it's clearly, again, designed for not a really high-level character in this game, but not a level 1 character. And I was just kind of curious if you'd gone there. Not yet. No, I wasn't thinking of Mournhold. That's Tribunal expansion. I'm talking... Oh, you might not have it. I just realised. Yeah, so... When shortly after Morrowind came out, Bethesda released a bunch of free DLCs. This was like before DLCs were really a thing. I guess they were just trying to promote the fact that the construction set existed and people could make their own mods. But there's a bunch of official DLCs for the game that you can just... They are mods, but you can just download them for free and add them to Morrowind. And as I say, they are official. One of them adds this island I was talking about. We need that Bethesda back. Hold on, let me quickly check the names of them. The Helm of Tohan, Entertainers, Bitter Coast Sounds, Area Effect Arrows, Master Index, La Femme Armor, Adamantine Armor, Siege at Firemoth. And Siege at Firemoth was the one I was thinking of. So the expansions you obviously had to pay for, but the DLCs I just listed, I haven't checked that they're still there, but they always used to be just available for free off of the Bethesda website. Yes, Firemoth was the one I was thinking of. That's a lot. They tend to be quite small. Firemoth I think is the largest of them all. But yeah. Sounded like they were the CG project with Witcher 3 once upon a time. Oh, there we go. An open MW page for the official plugins. Again, totally up to you. You may wish to, along with the unofficial patch, you may wish to consider adding those. You don't have to. Just a thought. Oh. I wish to get the full experience. I don't think I'll ever get bored with this game. I just googled. Might be a better link or possibly a patch for those add-ons. I don't think Bethesda ever... If Bethesda patched them, they would have probably just updated the add-ons themselves. Unofficial patch, I mean, yeah. Planning on playing the original Oblivion after this, but I've no idea when that's going to happen. I'm going super slow with this. Well, if you get into the modding scene after you've finished the base game and expansions, you may well not get onto it. Modding Morrowind can get a little addictive. I don't know how much of that material's actually survived. Back in the day, there were a lot of mods. I remember being on, I think it was Planet Elder Scrolls, which had a huge database of mods, like tens of thousands at least, I think, quite possibly more. But then that got taken down. I think it was GameSpot. I could be wrong. I think it was GameSpot that ended up buying them out at some point, and then, or maybe they were hosting them from the beginning. I'm not sure. Probably not, or they'd have had their name in it. But they ended up acquiring it, and then, like years later, because it wasn't making any money, because it was just a website for people to upload mods for free. After the game was like, I don't know, 10, 15 years old or something, they just took it down. So I don't know how much is still out there. I can see that happening. Thank you for the raid, Avon. I really appreciate it. How did your stream go? And how are you doing? Ow. 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 Okay, I did poorly there. There are 13k mods listed at Nexus at least. Nexus came way later. It was almost a shame to see Nexus displacing Planet Elder Scrolls when it did. Nexus for some reason won out on Oblivion modding. Like, that's around the era when Nexus set up. And they ended up, for some reason, they ended up becoming more popular for Oblivion mods than Planet Elder Scrolls was, which at the time was like the biggest website for Elder Scrolls modding. I don't know how, but they did. But then of course Planet Elder Scrolls got shut down. But the thing is, I honestly suspect that a tiny fraction of the mods ever produced, because Nexus came along like a long time after Morrowind. I say a long time, it was probably only a few years, but it seemed like a long time. I suspect they actually missed out on most of the mods that were ever made. Stream went well, and I'm doing averagely. Oh, I suppose we can't ask for any more. That sounds like a positive response. That's a lot. Though I think I wandered into something I wasn't supposed to get to yet. Oh, in your stream? Were you playing Darksiders again? Out of curiosity, do you check out the website Morrowind Modding History, I think it's called. It'd be interesting to know how many mods they have, because this was a conscious effort after Planet Elder Scrolls was shut down to like preserve as many mods as they could. I still think they probably missed more mods than they managed to include, because there were mods that like never became popular. You know, someone would make it as just a passion project and upload it to the site, and it never got much attention. I suppose a bit like my streaming. And it's very unlikely that Morrowind Modding History would have picked up on mods like that. Because where would they have got them from? You know, if almost no one had downloaded the mods, unless the original author was still interested in it, like 10, 20 years later, it's very unlikely they would have got them. How are you? Oh, wow. Up and down. Surviving. Hollow Knight wandered into Troopmaster Grimm. Ooh, boy. Yeah, he's a tough one. If I didn't face him till I'd already completed the game at least once, possibly twice. So it does sound like you've encountered him early. It was taken offline in January 2023. Sad. What, Morrowind modding history? No. Oh. I think you're right. Oh my goodness. Wow. Okay, that's going to have been a lot of modding history completely destroyed. Goodness. Unless they like put everything they had together into a torrent or something. Oh wow. It's crazy because they say things like that things that go on the internet never leave it, but that's just not true. I'm convinced that the vast majority of the stuff that was vast majority of mods ever written for Morrowind and uploaded to the internet must be gone now. Wow. I mean, fortunately, all the mods I used, I made sure I kept a backup of, which I have on external storage somewhere, so all the mods that I really liked, I still have access to. But it's funny to think that I might genuinely be one of the few people in the world with access to some of these mods now. I have 1 soul upgrade and 2 nail upgrades. Yeah, this is early. Early to have reached Troop Master Grim, at least compared to my playthrough. I don't know what's typical. Yeah, that's a shame though. I haven't even thought of the Dreamers yet. I haven't even fought one of the Dreamers yet. I only have 1 soul upgrade and 2 nail upgrades, and I wandered into Troop Master Grim. I don't think I was supposed to fight him yet. Well, I mean, if you win, Bethesda likes to monetize their modding community, unfortunately. They never used to. And the funny thing is, Bethesda is only as big a company as it is today because they didn't. Like, I'm not sure how well I can even convey to you how rich the Morrowind modding community, the Morrowind community really, because it was intricately tied to modding, how rich it was back in the day, and how that kept that game alive, how it helped them establish a franchise. I mean, honestly, it's a bit, it reminds me of like how Disney started out by copying other creators, then became really big, and then became famous for being a really litigious company that would shut other people down. Like, Bethesda owes a huge part of their success and their current their current position to their attitude towards modding in the early days, which is very different to today. So this is going to be a bit of a weird recommendation. You might like to, if you can find it, if it's still on the internet, you might like to check out something called... you may want to be slightly cautious of spoilers, but you may want to check out something called Frost in Morrowind. So this was just a random player of Morrowind that decided they really liked writing, and so they ended up... You know how you've got that journal in the game? Which is actually written like from your player's perspective. They decided to like write up their own journal online in like a series of blog posts. Now they did kind of it did become more of a sort of fan fiction after a point, because they ended up like creating their own stories that, you know, weren't part of Morrowind at all, but like built around the game, if that makes sense. Like they'd turn what was just an NPC that you shared a few words with in the game into like a major character that they'd come back and see over and over again, type of thing. That's not a specific example that I'm drawing from Frost and Morrowind. I'm just like giving that as like an example of the sort of way that it very much how they very much embellished it ultimately. But one of the things about it is that they also were a very heavy mod user, and so they added into their story lots of stuff that they were doing from mods, and they at the time linked, like when they would talk about, oh, I picked up this artifact, they would then, I believe, if I recall correctly, have a hyperlink to the website where you could download that mod. That website would have now been very much taken down. But what I'm getting at is I think it might give you like a sense of like the spirit at the time. You know, the way people were just enchanted with Morrowind and modding in general, and just this, oh yeah, the magic of it. That's just sad. Bethesda games aren't really played for quality. That's a pretty interesting concept. We'll be checking that out. If Frost in Morrowind doesn't exist anymore, I can provide you with a copy. It probably still exists, but you never know. I've never actually played Morrowind in general. I'd like to, though. It'd be really interesting to know, like with Pineapple, what a modern player makes of it. Because I can't not see it through rose-tinted glasses. If that makes sense. It exists. I'll genuinely be very interested to know how you get on with it. Because I haven't read it since I was very, very young. And I have to say I'm a little worried that it won't hold up were I to read it as an adult. But as an example of like the way the game enchanted people at the time, I still think it's still useful as a resource for that. I could be wrong. Maybe it's a masterwork that's maybe it's a hidden gem. But I don't know. You should. It's really fun if you're ready to ignore the graphics. Ow. I mean, the graphics aren't that bad. Ow. Right, what are you doing? Don't eat me! Oh, thank goodness you've missed by a whisker. Ow. Ow. Sorry, I want to look at chat, but I need to focus. Ow, because I'm losing hard. No! Oh, that was my game to lose and I lost it. The whole game design is beautifully done. Some may find the faces to look weird. Find them funny though. No! Yep, I did very poorly there. It's fine, there's always next attempt. I'm worried I'm going to run out of human effigies again, which would be a problem. But yes, I'm very interested to know both about more of your Morrowind adventures and also how you get on with Frost and Morrowind if you check it out. Both those things interest me. I might check Frostwind Morrowind after my first playthrough. Fair enough. Deary me, these two big cats have been keeping at me at bay for some time now, haven't they? Love the short stories in it. Oh, you mean the books in Morrowind? Yes, yes. They're really good. What's been your favourite so far? I would say that Daggerfall also had those, and that Daggerfall came out at a different time in gaming. There was no censorship, and so a lot of the looter stories from Daggerfall either got removed from Morrowind or they got heavily censored. For example, in the real Baranzia, in the Daggerfall version of the book, there's a sex scene which is mysteriously absent from the Morrowind version of the book. Yeah. I'm horrible at remembering the names, but there was one with two thieves stealing from a vampire cult. Oh, I think I vaguely remember about that. Didn't it end very badly for one of them, but only quite badly for the other? If I remember correctly. It's been a long time. Both of them. Oh, okay, fair enough. Well, if you will steal from a vampire cult. One of the sad things about Morrowind, in a way, is the fact that Morrowind itself is this amazing alien world with its own flora and fauna that in no way represent the real world. Really just an amazing feat of imagination. And you read the books about the different provinces, and they're also equally magical. But then Bethesda actually got round to making some of those provinces in subsequent games, Oblivion and Skyrim. And then they just basically retconned everything and just turned both what are they called? Is it High Rock? The Nords come from, or I'm getting confused with the Bretons. No, it's Skyrim, isn't it? Both Skyrim and... I'm going to be honest, I've forgotten... Cyrodiil. That's it, Skyrim and Cyrodiil. And they turned them both into basically, like... slightly fantastical variations on places you can find in America. That might seem slightly harsh, but compared to, like, Morrowind... it's, they're very drab by comparison. And, like, I seem to recall that in, I may be misremembering this, but if my memory serves right, I seem to remember Cyrodiil was supposed to be this really lush jungle. Which is not what we see at all in Oblivion. Oh yeah, its lore is too detailed that I'm ready to believe that such a world truly exists. I guess Baldur's Gate does that. Oh, I've reached 200 followers today. Woohoo! I've only played Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 though. Oh, interesting! I've only played Baldur's Gate 3. Which I understand to not really be a Baldur's Gate game so much as just a Larian game. A very good Larian game. I'm not criticising it as a game, but I understand that it's very different to the first two. Where have I gone wrong? Huh. Ring of the Living. I'm lucky I didn't encounter a horse going this far off course. I guess I should check out what that ring does in a moment. Since I'm not fighting the horses anymore, I should also consider swapping my rings around. I haven't started Baldur's Gate 3. I played Baldur's Gate 3, I really enjoyed it, and now I don't want to play it again. Because, I feel like the story that I ended up telling was, well, the game ended up telling with myself as player, was, oh, of course. Leave me alone, I don't want to fight you. Was, really quite, well, emotional. And I don't want to ruin that with another playthrough that then just changes it all. Like, I currently have one set of memories for the game, and that's the playthrough that I actually had. I started playing Divinity Original Sin 1 last week. Interesting, because again, I've played Divinity Original Sin 2, I've not played the first one. Ow. I haven't started 2 yet. Ow. Didn't look like that should have hit me. Oh well, it did. And I'm down. Wonderful. Isn't this fun? Right, let's find out what that ring does. Was it Ring of the Living? Ring of the Dead, keep human appearance even when hollow. Ring of the Living, appear as human while a phantom. What? You mean when other players see me in their game? Why would I care? Right, steel ring of protection. Anything else I want to go with here? Ring of binding, I think, so I don't have to use so many effigies. Should have done that a while ago, really. It's a hard game for those who are new to CRPGs, but the pain is worth it. Interesting. Sounds more like a cosmetic. Yeah. It does sound like it's a cosmetic. Took 48 hours for to finish the first area. Oh, blimey. But is that just because it's... Oh, because it's really difficult. Interesting. That's funny. I don't remember Divinity Original Sin 2 being anything like that difficult. Had to remake my character 3 times because of dumb decisions when leveling up. Oh, I don't like that. Because when you start a new game, your decisions are going to be dumb because you don't know the systems yet. When you say remake, do you just mean respec? Like, I think in the second game, at a certain point you got access to a mirror that let you respec your character or something? I heard Divinity Original Sin 2 is more forgiving. Yeah, I don't remember it being anything like that. I do remember the combat in Divinity Original Sin 2 getting a bit boring by the end, though. I remember I found the combat in Divinity Original Sin 2 really hard when I first started, but then I started to actually learn how the mechanics worked, and by the end of the game it was boring because by that point I understood the mechanics inside out, and it was just always obvious what my best next move would be. Restart the whole game with a new character with new specs. That's awful. That really is bad. I'm not interested. Go away. Go away. I'm here for the boss. Yeah, I guess the combat is the same with Divinity Original Sin 1 too. Is it all those elemental effects that like stack up? And you have like magic armor and physical armor as well? Ow. 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 Oh, I couldn't see what you were doing. Well, that was frustrating. More physical than magic armor. They introduced more magic armor in DOS 2. Well, I'm talking about the mechanics, because weren't there like 2 meters? There was like physical armor and magic armor, and you had to completely deplete one or the other before you could start damaging their health. Like, the armor acted as a extra health bar, effectively, but there were 2 different kinds, and that meant, in effect, that you largely had to decide: am I attacking this particular enemy with my physical attackers, or am I doing it with my magic attackers? Because it was inefficient to do both. Because you'd end up having to deplete 2 armor bars instead of 1. Oh, that mechanic was not present in DOS 1. Oh, I see. Interesting. The other thing was there was certain abilities would have certain effects associated with them. Like, for example, a physical attack might, say, knock someone down, or it might cause them to take damage whenever they move, or something like that. I think Rupture Tendons did that. Made them take damage whenever they moved. But that would be like a physical attack, but then there might be a magical attack that, I don't know, sets them on fire or freezes them or something. And if I recall correctly, if they had any of the appropriate type of armor, the special effect on top of damage would be negated. So you'd have to, for example, have worn down someone's physical armor before you could knock them down, for example, using a physical attack, if I recall correctly. So it ended up being mechanically quite important. I see you're still in the Winter Wonderland. I am indeed. Wonderland. I kind of get a feeling that's going to be an irritating mechanic. I wouldn't say it's irritating so much as it ends up with your best... often it ends up in the... It gets boring, is what I'm getting at. The trouble is that you end up inevitably having to specialise certain party members to be good at magic and certain other party members to be good at physical attacks, just in order that you can deal with a variety of enemies. But then, you know, like, you'll have an enemy that has, like, a huge physical armor bar but no magic armor bar. It's like, well, obviously I'm going to use my magic attackers to attack them. And often, you know, like, this ability they have is brokenly good, and this other one is so bad you would never use it. So it ends up being like a really... Once you've learnt the mechanics, it ends up being a really boring optimization problem. And doesn't allow for a lot of creativity. Which is a criticism I do not have about the... I wouldn't make to the same extent about the combat in Baldur's Gate 3. Where I think there is more scope for genuinely creative plays. Ow. They're gonna kill me and there's nothing I can do about it. Ow. I think I just drunk 4 Estus flasks on accident there. Because I was so desperately hitting square. Drink, drink, drink! Put me down. Ow. Sorry, I'll look at chat properly in a second. No! Oh, I should have rolled. I should have rolled under them. Oh dear. That was stress drinking. I guess they fixed that with Baldur's Gate 3. No, not really. See, with Baldur's Gate 3, they just, instead of using their own home-brewed system, they just implemented 5e rules. So they just directly adopted whatever combat rules were already in 5th edition Dungeons and Dragons. So it's a completely different system. Which had other problems, which I may get into in a second. I'm alright. Thanks for asking. How are you? Nice. Doing fine here. So there were 2 things that really irritated me about Baldur's Gate 3. The first one I think I discussed earlier today. It's the fact that... No, I didn't discuss this on stream. I discussed this on someone else's stream. It's the fact that the story of Baldur's Gate 3 has you constantly being told how little time there is. And I don't want to spoil it, but essentially the situation... It is made crystal clear to you that the situation is such that your lives and several other people's lives depend upon you taking fairly immediate action. Like, you're on a massive time crunch. Fair enough, nothing wrong with that. The problem is that the game itself encourages you strongly to take your time and explore as much as possible. Perhaps you're seeing the problem now, because the game's narrative and the game's actual mechanics are pushing you into completely different directions. And as myself, as someone that likes to roleplay in these games and actually make decisions based on what the characters would really do, in my opinion, if they were really there, I found that really frustrating. I found it really difficult to deal with. The fact that, you know, it was being made very clear to me that, you know, oh, you need to get this done today. Like, perish the thought of what the consequences would be if you didn't. And yet, actually, the optimal way to play would be to, you know, like, take 2 weeks over it. Like, just go as slow as you possibly can. Make sure you explore everything. I found that infuriating. Okay, I'm exaggerating slightly. I wasn't infuriated, but I found it deeply frustrating. That's problem number 1 I had. There is some homebrew, attacking with Mage Hand, for instance. Oh yeah, that's true. They do have some homebrew, and being able to... Was it drink potions with a bonus action? Was another homebrew that they did? Which isn't a thing in normal Dungeons & Dragons. When I played the game, I was both more up on the Dungeons & Dragons 5e rules and, of course, the game's rules. I know there were like a bunch of homebrew stuff they did. But it's basically the 5e system with a bit of homebrew. I prefer Morrowind style. I guess it's the same with Witcher 3 too. So that's like the first thing that really irritated me. I accept the fact that that wouldn't have irritated all players, but for me personally, that ludonarrative dissonance really irritated me. The other thing that I found really irritating was the fact that Dungeons & Dragons 5th Edition's the rule set. It's designed to encourage you to come up with creative solutions to problems and to be able to play the game in lots of different ways. Like, genuinely, if you know anything about tabletop gaming, like, Dungeons & Dragons 5e can be played in lots and lots of different ways. I mean, to be fair, for any particular way of playing it, there probably is a better game out there. But the point is, you could play the game focusing almost entirely on, say, relationships between characters and not really engaging in the combat at all. You could play the game with combat which is super strategic, like a war game. There's obviously halfway house solutions between those two. You can play the game in terms of politics. You can play a game where, again, you're not really paying attention to combat, or where there is combat, it's armies versus armies. But most of the time, you're actually dealing. You're thinking more about making political moves within the world, etc., etc. You can play the game like it doesn't work that well, but you can attempt to play the game more like the original Dungeons & Dragons games were played, especially if you introduce a bit of homebrew, which is a very different style of game, where it's not... where you are playing a character, but you're not quite a hero in the same way. It's more you're a leader. A leader who's on the rise, and you end up playing things like... One of the main differences between old school Dungeons & Dragons and new Dungeons & Dragons is that time away from the table was still time that was ticking in the game world in the old days. So like, if you spent a week off, when you got back to the game, a week had passed. That gives you an idea about like all the different changes. Point being, Dungeons & Dragons 5e tries to do a lot of things. It tries to be a lot of things. And Baldur's Gate adopted those systems, but then didn't implement the choice. So, which had the effect that it gave you an illusion of choice where you really didn't have it. This bit me several times, where I tried to solve problems in ways the game developers hadn't thought of, and which mechanically should have worked, and it just didn't work. And this was... You might think, well, okay, once you realise that there's... that you don't actually have as much choice as it looks like you have, surely it's not so bad, because you just appreciate the game for what it is, and not for what it isn't. But then you still run into problems, because... there's a number of occasions where the developers, or rather, you know, like in the world, quest givers say things to you which are super misleading. There was one, again, I don't want to spoil it for people that haven't played the game, but there was this one quest very late on in the game where it was basically sold to me as if this was a stealth mission, as though, because everyone was telling me, you do not want to get caught, you do not want to get caught, like it would be really bad if you got caught. And so of course I tried to do it like a stealth mission, but I was fighting the game the whole way, because the game was determined for me to get caught. But I had a lot of resources at that point that I could sink. You know, things like invisibility potions that I've been saving up and so on, that sort of thing. I don't remember the exact details, but like that's the sort of scenario I'm describing. That, you know, I had a lot of stuff saved up that I was able to sink in order to remain in stealth and complete the mission in stealth. I got through 90% of it in stealth, and then suddenly, right at the end, I was forced into a cutscene and I was forced into a massive combat. And I just thought to myself, what was the point in that? Why did I sink all those resources into doing this mission in an incredibly slow way when I could have just gone in guns blazing, just to be forced into the this boss fight anyway? Because frankly, if I could have avoided the boss fight, like the game seemed to be hinting to me the entire time, that would have been worthwhile. This was a difficult boss, and if I could have done this by stealth, I would have preferred that solution. That's what I think those characters would have actually done in that situation. Why provoke that individual if they could have avoided it? The game seemed to indicate you could avoid it, but you couldn't. And it was so frustrating, because I mean, it's not even like the characters themselves didn't have the skill set that they needed to do this in the way that I was planning. They did. If this was an actual Dungeons and Dragons campaign, they absolutely could have done what I was attempting to do. They had all the tools they needed, and they had the skill set they needed, and the rules of the game seemed to imply you could do it, and yet the way the game had actually been coded meant you couldn't. It drove me mad, and like that is like the worst example of that, but what I've just described kept happening in littler ways all the time. It was that same pattern that I would look at a scenario, I would look at what the characters could actually do, I would come up with a sensible plan, only to find out that it doesn't work. And it would not work for really silly reasons, like you'd get forced into some pre-scripted dialogue or something. Like, not I had failed to understand the mechanics of the game, and the thing I was trying to do was impossible, per se. The game just wasn't... The game just assumed you were going to be a murder hobo, basically. It hadn't occurred to the developers that you would even try and do it any other way. And it was very frustrating. And the game could have been... It would have taken longer to develop it. I think it would have taken longer to develop it the way such that players had a lot more choice. But if you look at... oh, what do they call them? I can't think of the name. The genre that Deus Ex is in, with the emergent gameplay. Is it a procedural simulation game? No, that's not right. I can't think of the proper title of that genre right now. But they could have developed it in that. They could have developed it in using those sort of principles, and I'm convinced they could have allowed players to find solutions to problems that they hadn't even thought of, and still have the game tie together and work properly. You know, and there not to be so many... and there not to be many scenes where it becomes obvious that things have transpired in an odd way. I guess, okay, I see the poor man is experiencing Horse Valley. Indeed, I am indeed. Lovely to see you, UBC. I can understand why that can be annoying. Oh, now I've annoyed myself because I can't think of the name of the genre I was talking about. That's going to annoy me. It irritates me a lot when I can't remember words I should know, or phrases I should know. Anyway, I think I've ranted on about that about as long as I can. I don't think there's any more horses now, thankfully. No, there are actually, but they're like on paths to the side that I'm not following. Sorry, I was lurking, so I didn't hear. Otherwise, I'd offer suggestions of genres. It's the genre that Deus Ex is in, where you have emergent gameplay. I can't think of the name. Like, it's not procedural simulation, something like that, though. Ow. Good luck. Thank you, Jake Shuffle. Not going too well so far. Ow. Immersive sim. Thank you. I'm pretty sure that is the one I was thinking of. I might give a mini rant about how they work in a moment, but right now my attention needs to be on this boss. Ow. Isn't it funny that I'd get stuck on Ludwig in Bloodborne and then I'd get stuck on Lud in Dark Souls? And I'm dead. Yeah, so the basic idea behind an immersive sim is that instead of pre-scripting... Oh, yep. Shout out to Jake Shuffle. He is a wonderful streamer and you should definitely check out his work, the stuff he puts out there. And thank you to Pikachu for remembering to give him a shout out when I didn't. Yeah, so the idea behind an immersive sim is that instead of having the developer think of every single thing that the player could do, you program the world in such a way that it works based on a simple set of rules, and you provide the player with tools. So, for example, if you were playing Baldur's Gate, perhaps you might have a mission where you need to get a key off a particular NPC. Now, what the Baldur's Gate devs would probably have done is they would have probably put together a dialogue tree for a conversation with that NPC and given them a few skill rolls to decide whether they could, so they could like roll charisma or intelligence or something like that to see if they could persuade them to give them the key in some way, or they could just kill them and take it off their body. In an immersive sim, what you're more likely to do is, well, obviously this NPC would have to have a location. Let's say they're currently being guarded in some sort of fortress or something, or maybe they're a prisoner. Maybe they're guarded because they're in prison. In an immersive sim, you would put that item on that person, and so automatically if you killed them you could get the key, and you might bother to put some dialogue choices in, but you would also do things like give the walls in the room they are a given strength, and allow those walls to be destroyed if a certain amount of damage is dealt to them. But then you wouldn't specify that it has to be with a specific object. If the player happens to have some TNT, they could get in that way. If the player happens to have a ridiculously high strength and a huge club, maybe, even if the devs didn't originally intend it, it would actually be possible for them to club their way through the wall. They could also... they might also have bothered to introduce a possibility of pickpocketing in the game. In which case, again, they wouldn't have specifically for that quest scripted in specific routines for if the player tries to pickpocket. They would just say, well, is in this NPC's inventory, and like any NPC, they can be pickpocketed. So perhaps you could get it off them that way. The point is that you would design that the game would behave consistently. So, and here's an example of where you might be able to do something that the developers really didn't expect. Maybe in the immersive sim, there's the possibility of hiring some assassins and pointing them at a target. And so perhaps you could actually have the assassins retrieve the item for you, even if the devs never actually thought of that. Even if they'd introduced them in a different area of the game for a different purpose. The point is, the rules would be followed consistently by the game engine, and if the person playing the game happened to think of a really creative way of solving it, then they found a really creative way of solving it. I mean, maybe they managed to get to the NPC because they realised they can stack a load of boxes in a particular room in a particular configuration that the devs didn't think of, and then they were able to sneak in while the NPC was sleeping overnight, etc., etc. The point, and that's another thing that it would do. The immersive sim might well give each NPC like a daily schedule, so that it would be possible to find an NPC while they're sleeping and take advantage of that fact, for example. Would it make it hard for the devs to build a solid story? Like, I feel it could interfere with the character lore. You would just have to make sure that dialogue in cutscenes is reasonably open-ended. So the sort of thing you might do is perhaps have 3 different dialogue paths, depending upon whether the NPC is dead, alive, or alive but aggroed, for example. And then the exact details you don't talk about. Like the fact that the players happened to, I don't know, use one of their abilities to teleport them out of the prison, and then they beat them unconscious and took the key off them and then left them there. Well, they don't have to. Obviously, you couldn't expect the devs to have anticipated that, and so you don't mention it. You just mention that, I don't know, this NPC is really upset with them after what they did, or something. Yeah, that's a task. But I guess an AAA company, a AAA company could pull that off. With very good writers. I think if Baldur's Gate had done that, it would have taken longer to develop, but I don't think it would have taken prohibitively long to develop. I think they could have done it. I think they are the sort of studio that could have pulled it off, and I think if they had done it, it wouldn't have been like the game of the year, it would have been the game of the decade. Like, it would be iconic in the way that Morrowind is. It would be a game in a league of its own. Doubtful. AAA devs take less risks. Yep, that's true. That's absolutely true. But they also have the resources to pull it off. Yeah, let's say in an ideal world. I don't think it would be as hard as some people might think it would be. The idea of putting systems together with rules that apply consistently is nothing new. I mean, that's exactly what the original Deus Ex did. When did that come out? Was that late 90s or early 2000s? It was around then. I'm sure it's older than Morrowind. Although that's off the top of my head. So I might be wrong. The only thing that would complicate it a bit if you wanted to do it on like a Baldur's Gate scale is, like you say, you would have to be careful about the dialogue. But I don't think it would be that hard. Ow. 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 Ow again. No. Don't eat me. Ow. Ow. I don't appreciate that at all. I can't see what you're doing. Oh, that's what you're doing. That's alright, I don't mind. This is slightly more worrying. Ow. Ow. You recovered quickly. No. And they got me. A studio with passion could do it. The problem with AAAs is that they're so risk averse they have no passion. Unfortunately true. They have to meet the interest of the shareholders and not the gamers. Yep. Generally speaking, you should buy older or indie titles. Some cool stuff comes out occasionally, but for the most part, AAA studios have the wrong interests. Oh, I'm a little annoyed about that. I thought that was going well for a while there. Oh, my last effigy. That's not good. That's what I'm doing these days. You'll get them sooner or later. I believe. Hopefully. It's been some time since I played a proper AAA game. Do you not count Morrowind as a AAA game? Or Divinity Original Sin 1? A modern one. I knew you were going to say Morrowind. Well, it's a good answer to most questions. Divinity Original Sin 1 is indie. Fair enough, but you wouldn't consider Baldur's Gate 3 to be, even though it's the same company. Larian's not AAA. Do you not think? I feel like with Baldur's Gate 3, but I feel like by the time Baldur's Gate 3 came out, they were a AAA studio. I think they're technically AA or indie. I don't know. Have you seen the credits on Baldur's Gate 3? They're pretty extensive. AAA companies, from what I know, have shareholders. Larian's a private company. Feels like a debatable topic. Yeah, I can see how having shareholders would change the way decisions are made, but it's interesting to suggest that no matter how big a games company became, provided it didn't have shareholders, well, I mean, it would have shareholders, but I know what you mean, not public. It's not publicly floated. As long as it's not on the stock market, it's not a AAA studio. I'm not saying you're wrong, just... Just that seems like a counterintuitive conclusion. At least to me. Ow. Quick Google search tells me they're still considered indie. Really? I feel like that is stretching the definition of indie. They're a huge company, aren't they? I've got to go for now. It was fun hanging around. Catch you all later during your next stream. Bye! Oh, it's been a pleasure having you. I hope you enjoyed yourself. Oh, I hate to say it, I may have to wrap this up soon. I want to defeat them this stream. I really do. But it's been over 4 hours now. I think it's because they're not publicly owned, combined with people's modern perception of AAA. Have an excellent day. Bye bye, pineapple. That strikes me as very counterintuitive. that an absolutely massive company that does nothing but churn out video games could be considered indie. I mean, I suppose they're... What does the indie in what does the independent in indie even refer to? Like, I assumed that's like independent of mainstream distribution channels, right? Like, because there was at least a decade where if you wanted to put a game out, you had to be one of the big main players in the video games market. And the point about these indie games is they were often small teams that were then doing their own distribution. Independent from large corporations, not necessarily the mainstream. But then what if you are a large corporation? I suppose then you say, yeah, but like, Larian's not a big corporation. It may be a big company, but it's not like Sony or Microsoft. Microsoft's obviously much larger than Sony so far as I'm aware, but still. I don't know. Larian's so big, it's hard for me to think of them as being indie at this point. It's a weird line. They must have grown massively over the last few games they released. The last 3 games or so. I wonder if it was the early access model that let them do that. It must have been, right? Because if they're employing lots of people, then they've got lots of wages to pay. I suppose they could have taken out loans with a view to paying them back when the game came out. But they're not a corporation, so I think they're the larger side of indie without quite being AAA. What do you think of a corporation being? Because a corporation, as far as I'm aware, just means incorporated. Which would include any limited liability company. Towing the line, so to speak. Ow. Some graphical bugs going on there. Some weird things with textures. Ow. Ow. Leave me be. Are they fighting each other over who gets to eat? could have gone better. No, put me down. Sorry, I'll read comments properly in a second. I'm distracted. I'm distracted by this big cat that wants to have me for dinner. Put me down. I'm not your dinner, Felix. And again. Ow. No, I know exactly what you're trying to do, and I don't want you doing it. No. You can stop that now. Yes! Finally! It's over! It's over! Oh. Oh, I can finally leave this frozen wasteland. Whew. How many souls do I get for that? Quite a few. Deary me. And there's something over there I can explore. Very nice. Okay, that's not ominous at all. I did it! You sure did. Why is there a beam from the sky? Aliens? Well, I guess I should do the only rational thing and walk headfirst into it. Or pray to it. Beams are teleporters. Oh, just taking me back up the top. Oh, okie dokie. Back to Majula, I guess. And spend those souls while we got them. Oh, dearie me, it took an entire stream to do that. Technically slightly more.
Thank you, kind.
Oh, and I'm almost out of human effigies. Or am I out of human effigies? Do I have one left or none left? I'm not sure. Oh, when they went into berserk mode right at the end, I was genuinely worried I wasn't going to do it. That they were regenerating too fast. Effigies. No, I am completely out of effigies, aren't I? That's no good. We're going to have to boost the Forest of the Fallen Giants again. Unfortunately. It's already at 5. Goodbye, Frozen Wasteland. Thank you for the clip. Why not buy the bigger life gems? I think there's a limited supply of them. Partly I just haven't got into the habit of doing that. But also I'm pretty sure that... oh, hang on. I forgot to burn the bonfire aesthetic. I'm pretty sure there's literally only 10 there. And once I've bought them, I don't get any more from there. What is done cannot be undone. This is another reason why I don't see myself doing New Game Plus. Because this area is not going to go back down to whatever level it should be. I'd get into New Game Plus and this place would be one level higher than it is currently. Then again, I could probably handle that. Since my character wouldn't get de-leveled. They are limited, but you don't have much of the game left. I just never got into the habit of using the bigger life gems, to be honest, and because they're limited, I'm not inclined to use them. There we go, at least I've got 5 human effigies. Oh, there were comments up above that I was going to read, weren't there, but I never got round to. According to Google, a corporation is a legal entity established by shareholders or stockholders to operate for profit. Don't have time for in-depth research right now, but shareholders seems to be the difference between a company and a corporation. I would challenge that view because privately held companies have shareholders. The point is the shares aren't publicly available. In the case of a company that's owned by one person, that one person owns all the shares. They could then sell those shares to other people. If you've ever seen a program like Dragon's Den, I don't know if it airs outside of the UK, but that's like a show where people come onto the... They have a bunch of people who are notionally like major business moguls who have agreed to come onto the show, and they sit... that they're like the judges, as it were, as such. As I'm about to explain, they're not really judging, but to give you an idea, they're the experts. And then people come onto the show and they tell them about their company and why they should invest in their company. The idea is that the show obviously helps people that have good ideas but don't have the resources to do the things... to you know, like really make the company a going concern. This is an opportunity for them to do that because it gets them in contact with some very rich, very well-connected people in the business world. Right, well, what happens at the end of the show, well, not at the end of the show, at the end of a section of the show, because they'll have one person on, then another, then another, then another. At the end of each section, if they've done well enough that they've got the interest of some of these business people, they will offer to buy parts of the company off of them. They'll say, right, well, okay, I'll pay £70,000 for 10% of your company. What are they actually buying? Shares. When you incorporate a company, you have to, at least I'm talking about UK law here, but I'd be surprised if it's very different abroad. You have to, when you establish a company, you have to establish how many shares there are, who owns them, and what they're worth. And what they're worth is going to be based on the total amount of money that's been put into the company at its creation, divided by the number of shares there are. So, for example, you might set up a company to, I don't know, what might you do? You might buy second-hand video games and then sell them in a physical store you own, for example. Right, well, you want to set that company up. What you might do is you might say, right, I have £10,000 in the bank. I'm putting that into the company. So you'd set up an appropriate bank account for the company and you'd put that £10,000 in. And then you'd go to company's house and fill out some forms to create the company. And then you would say, right, I have decided off the top of my head that there's going to be 10,000 shares and they're each worth £1 each. That's how it works. So, just saying that a company has shareholders tells you next to nothing. I mean, what it tells you is that it isn't a partnership, for example. Those work differently. But any like conventional non-partnership limited liability company is going to have shareholders. Now those shareholders might in fact just be one person that owns all the shares, but it will have shareholders. Also, because you didn't read it earlier, oh yep, I've read that now. Research still needs to be done. I was just stating a quick thing you found. Fair enough. I'm not seeing anything saying Larian is a corporation. Larian is a company, but not a corporation. The semantics don't quite matter right now, but AAA devs are tied to corporations, not just companies. Interesting. I wonder what they consider the difference to be then. Huh. Yeah, I'm just wondering, what is the difference in law? Like, at what point do you become a corporation? Like, it's not going to change the legal... I don't think you'd register the company differently. Like, it's not going to change the company's legal status. So what do they consider to be a corporation? Unclear. Perhaps I'll have a quick look at some point as well. It would be interesting to know. It's weird. Legalities make my head spin. I have an undergraduate degree in law, but I haven't looked at law in a long time. I wouldn't consider myself to be an authority, but like... that's how I happen to remember that... well, actually that's not the only reason I know this, but... that's why I'm so confident that even privately held companies have shares. That's an interesting little promontory that we can see in front of us, isn't it? With those statues on and some metallic structure there that I can't quite make out. Anyway, as sad as it is, I should probably wrap up now. Let me see if there's anyone streaming who I should be raiding. No, I don't think there is. So yeah, next stream is going to be... that's where you entered the DLC, I think. Yes, it is. But coincidentally, it's as far as I got searching this this structure as well, this area. Like, I reached this area and then immediately went into that part of the DLC. So that's why I've come back here, because that's where I'm going to continue exploring next time. Also thinking, I'm going to stream tomorrow with some more Bloodborne. Getting near the end of that game as well. We're making our way through the DLC currently. I've defeated Ludwig. What was it? The last thing... oh yes, I was on to the... was it the failed experiments they called them? Something like that. I haven't defeated that boss yet. That's as far as I had got to. Bloodborne indeed. That's going to be tomorrow. Then Wednesday is going to be more of the Talos Principle 2, which I'm looking forward to. With the Talos Principle 2, I've finished all of the story missions apart from the finale, and the game's been giving some not very subtle hints. So if you want to do all the optional stuff, you should do it now. So that's what I've been doing, and last time, looking a few things up online, I won't deny it, I needed a few hints, but I've started to understand how a lot of the optional puzzles work. I'm particularly thinking about the shrine puzzles for Pandora, the Sphinx, and Prometheus. I think I understand how they all work now, or at least most of them. It's possible that I'll come across something I don't recognise. But the point is, we're making good progress through the optional content now. So I'm looking forward to that. That should be a fun one. Then Thursday is going to be when we get back to Dark Souls 2. And I'll be continuing with this DLC. There's a moderate chance I'll finish this DLC next stream, actually. Because I think there's only 3 bosses in each DLC, someone told me. I've defeated 2 of them, and I've already fought the 3rd, and I was close to winning, if I recall correctly. The only reason I broke off was because someone said, oh, you can gather some knights and it will make it easier. And so I thought, well, why not? If it's going to make things easier, why wouldn't I? So, yeah, I mean, I don't think there's actually loads more to do in this DLC. I think I've seen most of it. That'll be Thursday. Friday is going to be more It Takes Two with the wonderful Pikachu. Followed by some more Bloodborne, which will be solo. And then Saturday is going to be more of the Talos Principle 2. So that's the plan. If for any reason my streaming schedule should change, I'll announce it on social media, which currently means X, formerly known as Twitter, Blue Sky, Mastodon, and Meta Threads, and I would also announce it on our Discord server. So thank you again for joining me, everyone, and I hope you all. Oh, thank you to everyone that kept me company in chat, and thank you to everybody who lurked. I appreciate each and every one of you, and I hope you all have a wonderful night. Good night, everybody.